Momentan 500 € 2 Plätze mit gratis Eintritt fertig. Die Ritter macht für 300, in Ungarn die Livestream, nach dem österreichischen Livestream mit 2 Gruppe für 400 €. Das ist nicht in Slowenien. Und du willst 500 in Slowenien. Ja, gut. Ja, ich bezahle das Handwerk bitte. Ja, was meinst du, wer hier bezahlt? Wer bezahlt hier? Was meinst du denn? Wer bezahlt hier?
5 minutes to go. Please finish the inspection. Thank you. Please finish the inspection. Thank you. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the FEI Nations Cup Children Lamprechtshausen 222. On behalf of the Federation Equestrian International, we are delighted to welcome you to the FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Qualifier here in Lamprechtshausen. It is with great excitement that we discover the rising stars of tomorrow at this 2022 season unfolds. The FEI Jumping Nations Cup Youth Series provides an essential foundation for our sport, teaching young athletes the importance of teamwork and companionship while a long term to gain experience at international level. It is thanks to the organizers, partners, volunteers and officials that we can provide such an incredible platform for our youth stars to come together and shine. This series offers an opportunity for our young stars to work together as a team, create unforgettable memories and kindle a fire for future international representation and success. We wish every nation competing in the FEI Nations Cup Youth Series the best of luck. Yeah, we have an overall standing, ladies and gentlemen, of the children after 4 legs. The winning team of Quebec in Belgium was the team of France. In Minore, Italy.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 5th leg of this FEI Youth Nations Cup Series. This 5th leg takes place in Lamprechtshausen in Austria. And we kick things off this morning with the children's competition. Children's competition, of course, taking place as usual over 2 full rounds. And we have 11 teams coming forward here today. 11 teams is the most number of teams that we have had at any of the legs so far. Germany lead the overall standings. They are present here today with a very strong team. Could this be an opportunity for Germany to increase their advantage over the rest of the field? The French team are not here competing in Lamprechtshausen. They won legs 1 and 4, so again, very, very strong performances from the French team, but this could really open the door from some others. Italy are on 190 points. That's only 10 points behind France. So this could actually be a chance for the Italian team to overtake France. But as I say, we do have 11 teams coming forward. 10 of those have 4 riders and 1 has 3, that team being Lithuania. Our first team out, though, is for the Czech Republic. Their first rider is Klára Hlavaková. Klára was on the European Championships team for the Czech Republic, the team that placed 11th last year. Klára and her teammates Albert Pizarnik and also Kristina Gutova, they were all on the team that competed at the third leg of this series. And these 3 riders that we see again here today all posted clear or 4 faulting rounds, so very strong performances. Klára Hlavaková then, first rider out and the first rider for the Czech team. She rides skip 59. The course here is over fences of 1.25 meters in height, and we have 12 obstacles containing 15 jumping efforts. So we have 1 double and 1 triple combination. Also have a fence with a water tray underneath there. That's at fence 10. 11 is the delicate upright that follows that classic question being asked by the course designers, where the riders need to extend and also collect the horse's stride in an instant. So the time allowed is 76 seconds, and so you can see there that Klára Hlavaková also picks up a couple for time. 7 is the total for her. We move on now to the Netherlands. The Netherlands' first rider out is Bethany Vos, who rides Sire de Beau Soleil. And we'll just take a little look around this course as Bethany tackles it. So this green and white upright is fence 2. Then they go right-handed to a double at 3 here, 1 stride in there. Left-handed now to a triple bar at fence 4. That requires quite a lot of impulsion to get these horses over that wider fence. Now left-handed to fence 5, the upright with the wall underneath. Oxer at 6 with a plank on top. And now at the far end of the arena there's the triple combination. 1 stride from an upright to an oxer, then 2 strides to another upright. They go left again now to an oxer at 8, and then another oxer at 9 on a related distance. Coming right-handed now all the way through the middle of the arena to fence 10, this water jump, and then fence 11 where they need to collect. This is a very accurately ridden course by Bethany Vos, and she's well rewarded with a clear. Punches the air. Oh, what a fantastic start for the Dutch team. Bethany Vos completes within the time allowed, which, remember, is 76 seconds, so they will incur 1 penalty for every second started over the time allowed. Going on to Sweden now then. Sweden are the third team in this first round of riders. Their first rider is Alma Blommerskold, and she rides Cadorna de Clasetta. Alma also rode on the Swedish team at the fourth leg. That, of course, was last week at Fontainebleau. And again, she's performed very well, only dropping a maximum of 1 pole this season in these team competitions. Oof. The oxer there has a plank on the front, so that will fall very easily. But just a bit laboured through the triple as well, almost pecked on landing. Did very well to get that back together. She also competes this horse in some one-star competitions, up to 1.30 m height. Safely over the last and just within the time allowed. 2 fences down then for Alma Blommerskold. She, of course, is the first rider out for the Swedish team.
And now we are interesting to have the...
So now we turn to the home team, to Austria.
Z7 Cordanos.
Their home show here in Lamprechtshausen, and their first rider is Anna Plautz. She rides Z7 Cordanos V. The Austrian team were 16th at the European Championships, but this is the first appearance of this Nations Cup season for an Austrian team. So they will certainly be hoping to make their mark on home soil. Carefully over that plank, and now she's really using her body well to balance the horse ready for that triple combination. Requires quite a deep shot in actually with the upright, and then they need to be able to adapt the horse's stride again within that combination to get the distance over the oxer. Has a good look at the water. Now she just comes to the last. Good to the last, and it's quite a quick time as well. So just the one fence down then for the first rider for Austria, for Anna Plautz. Good start for them. We have had 4 riders start now, just 1 clear. That's for the Netherlands.
Belgium.
On to Belgium now then. This is Este Bomere. Este is the rider in this field who was most highly placed at the European Championships. She was 10th individually, so she's the highest ranking in that competition in the field here today. Of course, Belgium also clinched the team gold medal at those European Championships. And Este was also on that team, along with Brent de Schrijver, who is one of her teammates here today. Este was the first rider out for the team at the European Championships as well. She takes that first spot here again today. This horse has got a lot of scope. Horse being History Vante Ameldonk Z, who is a 10-year-old mare. A mare who has competed right the way up to 1.45 m height. but you can certainly see the scope that this horse has. This pair were third in an under 25 1m40 competition in Liège very recently. And this is also the horse that Este rode at our first leg of this Nations Cup series at Centaur Park. Oh, a fraction over the time allowed, 2/10 of a second over. Picks up one time penalty for Este Bomere, that very, very experienced competitor. Just falling foul of the time allowed. Clear for jumping, 1 for time for the first rider for Belgium.
Clear still the Netherlands. And now we come to the team of Marco Bergomi, La Squadra Azzurra, Italy.
On to Italy now then. And their first rider is Mariana Martinengo Marche. She rides Fine Edition.
Written by Mariana.
Fine Edition is a 15-year-old horse now by 4 Edition. Remember, we still just have one clear round on the board. That's for the Netherlands. Italy also are the team who are pretty close behind France. They are third in the overall season, 90 points. So a good result here means that they could leapfrog France. And they could put themselves into second place in those overall season standings. That would certainly be a very strong position to be in. This horse, Fine Edition, is very clever with his feet. Jumping really well for her. I'm making pretty light work of these distances in the combinations as well. The time is good, so it's 4 for Mariana Martinengo Marche and Fine Edition. 4 for the first rider out for Italy.
We want to wish all the luck also for the mother of Mariana, Julia Martinengo Marche. She is participating today in the Nations Cup at the CSIO 5-star in La Pole, France.
On to Poland now then. The first rider for Poland is Karolina Venerovics.
Tomasz Wodanski. Karajan,
Karolina also competed at our second leg of this Nations Cup competition. She was on the third place team there. She rides a different horse here today. Today she rides Karajan. Poland are 5th in the overall season standings at the moment. This horse, Karajan, is a 13-year-old by Can Stacco. So this fence is fence 3, the double combination. She'll just have to wait now for the course to be reset, for that fence to be put back up, incurring, of course, 4 penalties at the moment. But the course is causing a good few problems all the way around so far. We only have 1 clear, that was Bethany Voss. Mariana Martinengo Marche, our previous rider, picking up 4 penalties. Karolina Venerovics, though, just waits for the course to be reset. And now with Karajan, she will try this double combination again. We've noticed that the time allowed isn't necessarily the easiest, and so big jump over now that this second time of asking. Certainly something that caught the horse's eye there with the double. He's really standing off these fences. Ooh, yeah, bit of a steering issue there as well, and unfortunately 2 refusals will be elimination.
That was the second refusal for Karajan and Karolina.
What a shame.
The team Poland eliminated.
Big shame, and so fortunately, however, the Polish team do have 4 riders here. Of course, 3 scores counts, the best 3 scores from the 4 riders in either round count. So Poland will now be looking to drop, of course, that elimination, but that does mean that that puts the pressure on their other 3 riders. On to Germany now then. Germany, of course, are our ranking leaders. They are the leaders of this FEI Nations Cup Children's Series in this 2022 season. Their first rider out is Cecilia Hütrophager. She competed at leg 2 this year. Leg 2, of course, being in Gorda-Minore, where the German team were placed second. She rode a different horse then. She rode Sis is Susi at the second leg. Here at this 5th leg, she now rides Sir Shutterfly Seine Son. And the German team have a... Ooh, this is the second refusal at the double combination. Well, that's really interesting. It's jumped well up until this point. And then a huge jump over at the second time. Sir Shutterfly certainly jumping very, very well over most of these fences. Another horse with a lot of scope. It's a 13-year-old gelding by Sir Shutterfly. And the dam sire is Landsieger. Cecilia's also ridden this horse in a number of one-star competitions around Italy and in Germany too. Huge shot to the last. Of course, sadly, the refusal then means that she incurred quite a lot of time penalties as well. Time allowed is 76 seconds, and it's perfectly achievable, but it's quite tight actually. So 21 is the total for Cecilia Hütrophager, not the start that we would have expected from our season ranking leaders. Next up, though, our next team is Switzerland. Their first rider is Laura Andre. Here she rides Kusawati. Laura actually competed at the 2nd and 4th legs of this Nations Cup season, but they're on the pony team for Switzerland. Of course, here this is a different mount, being the children's competition rather than the ponies. but she's had a good number of top 10 placings with both of her top rides. Switzerland are 7th in the overall standings. This horse has been ridden by a number of top international riders. Oh, she gets a great shot to the last. Good on the time as well. What a good start for the Swiss team. I was just going to say the horse has been ridden by some really top international competitors, including Bronislav Chudiba of Slovakia, who of course now competes at the 5-star level. But great start for the Swiss team. A clear round on the board for them. 2 clears then out of the teams that have competed so far. Our next rider is for Great Britain, and after this we then will go back to the Czech Republic. That is because Lithuania only have 3 riders. So we're on the 4th riders, the first riders of 4 for all of the teams at the moment. For Great Britain though, it's the turn now of Chloe May Morris. Chloe rides Heidi Morka here. But Chloe also jumped at the leg in Fontainebleau last week and jumped a double clear there. Horse gets quite strong here. But what a start! We know that she can post the clear rounds. And with this horse, double clear, as I say, at the leg 4 in Fontainebleau, and now a clear round to kick things off for the British team here. Brilliant start. 71.79, she's good on the clock as well.
Netherlands, Switzerland and Great Britain. Only 1 penalty bond for exceeding time allowed for the team Belgium.
So it's quite difficult to see what the lie of the land is. Of course, those were the first riders for the team.
And 21 for Germany. No result.
Once we now have these second riders, we can see, if you like, the scores that they will at least carry forward, because they can only drop 1 score, so one of the 2 they will have to count.
By Disney and Teresa Abikova, Czech Republic.
Teresa Abikova then is the second rider out for the Czech Republic. It's her first appearance on a Nations Cup team this season. Czech Republic sitting on 7 penalties at the moment. That's what their first rider picked up. Ooh, gets close there. First part of the triple, I think just they're getting a little flat. They're going really pretty quickly in comparison to some of our other competitors, and it's easy then to just let the horses get a bit long, and that makes things a bit tricky when they are trying to get the height over these fences. She's got to get it back now. Yeah, well ridden, very well ridden.
8 parabons at the obstacle, 4 for time, altogether 12 parabons for the team Czech Republic.
All right, so 12 then. 12 is the total for Teresa Abikova and Timur. Czech Republic have now a score of 7 and a score of 12.
Czech Republic, 19 parabons.
So next up, this is the first rider for Lithuania. Remember, they are the team with just 3 riders. Ieva Navigate is the first in for them. She rides looping 72. She also rode at the third leg of this Nations Cup series, that of course being in Zduhovice. The Lithuanian team placing 5th there. In fact, the Lithuanian team is identical here today to the team that went to the third leg. Also bring the same horses forward. But she's jumped this horse in some children's Grand Prix. We're seeing a couple of riders have some issues with this fence with the plank on top. It is pretty eye-catching, but I think, you know, they're sort of trying to keep the balance. I think she did very well to get through the triple combination there. Really tricky strides once the horse had just kind of taken off for the middle element. What a shame. They're just not quite getting the stride that they want here. Having a couple of just miscommunications, and that's a real shame. Ieva Navigate then and looping
Here going on with the second rider.
72 unfortunately eliminated, and that's quite a surprise. You know, at that third leg they just had one fence down across 2 rounds, so but it is particularly a shame for the Lithuanian team, because with only 3 riders, that is unfortunately elimination for the team as a whole. Back to the Netherlands then. The Netherlands, of course, in a very strong position at the moment. Their second rider is Nina Houtzager. Nina, daughter, of course, of Mark Houtzager, who is that top-level 5-star competitor, competes in the very best competitions all around the world. Nina also competed at leg 1. There she rode Fonia again. Here, of course, she's riding Chakotana. She just had a couple of fences down in her previous appearance this year. This horse is an 11-year-old mare by Chaco Gold. But great to the last, and she was well within the time. Brilliantly timed. Chakotana then, and Nina Houtzager. Another clear for the Netherlands. They're looking like a team that could be the ones to beat with 2 clear rounds. They're certainly the team looking strongest for now. Sweden up next then. Second rider for Sweden is Carl Hugo Westergren. Again, Carl competed at the first leg of the competition with this very horse, Call Girl 5. There he dropped just one fence over the 2 rounds, had a 4 vaulting round and a clear. That, of course, was in Centaur Park. Sweden so far have a score of 8. And so if they're to be in contention of one of the leading spots after this round, they will need to drop that score, I would think. This horse is a 13-year-old, excuse me. But Carl Hugo's competed this up to 4-star level. Big shot there. He's taking a bit of a steadier approach than some of our other competitors, but I think it's quite a big striding horse. 76 seconds is the time in which he needs to get home. Just the last to go. Could this be a clear for Sweden? Oh yes, it could. 71.28, so he is quite well within the time allowed as well. Just look at how far off that fence he was standing. Amazing for the horse to get the distance over that fence. What a talent. Of course, you know, we've said it before with these Youth Nations Cup competitions, but it really is an opportunity to see some potential stars of the future. This, of course, is the children's competition. Generally, these riders are kind of 12 and 13 years old. Some are 14 years old. But these are some stars of the future. Back to the home team now, and their second rider is Jana Wurm. Jana rides Corbello. Austria are on 4 at the moment. That is the score from their first rider. This is Jana's first competition on a team for Austria. She is 12 years old. She's been competing this horse at some competitions in Austria. This is just an 8-year-old gelding by Caratino. Some of these fences fall extremely easily. You know, that was a tiny, tiny touch. She's just over the time allowed as well. 0.7 of a second. And you can see just a bit of not quite a peck, but just a bit of an irregular step in the triple as well. Makes things a bit difficult for them. 13 is the total. So at the moment, that's the score that Austria would like to drop. Let's go back to Belgium then. Belgium, of course, the reigning European champions in the team competition. In the children's competition, they're 4th in the overall standings in this Nations Cup competition at the moment. But again, you know, they are on a score of 180. Above them, Italy are on 190 and France on 200. Remember, France are not present here in this competition, so a good result here for Belgium could potentially see them leapfrog Italy and maybe even France. There's certainly room to shake things up in the overall season standings. Belgium have just one penalty from their first rider, but they've been very, very strong. They came second as a team at Fontainebleau in that jump-off competition. Also, second at the first leg in Centaur Park. They're looking for a win, though. Great clear. Judy Lamberts is certainly putting them in a brilliant position with this horse, Opium van der Kalumiertjen. 1 and clear for Belgium.
And the Belgium team at the moment with 1 penalty point.
Remember, the Netherlands have 2 clears. Switzerland have 1 clear, Great Britain have 1 clear. Belgium in a good position. Italy up next, though, and their second rider is Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo.
Italy.
She rides Hera van Texelhof. Italy have 4 faults. So again, they could do with a clear here to keep things on track for them. Vittoria is no stranger to the Italian team. She actually competed on the pony team at Goula Minore with Van Keur de la Lande. This horse, though, Hera van Texelhof, is a great partner for her. 70.85, she's good on the clock as well. A clear for Italy. Could put them in a really, really good position with 2 riders still to come.
Italy still with 4 penalty points.
On to Poland now then.
10 years old by Berigeux and Roxana Nawrocka, Team Poland.
Roxana Nawrocka is next in. She, of course, is the second rider for Poland. She just takes the horse up to have a bit of a look at fence 6. She has seen a couple of riders have refusals there, and that's not something that she wants to do. Roxana was also on the European Championships team that came 19th. She had just 1 fence down there. But Roxana also competed at the 3rd leg of our Nations Cup series with this horse being Penny Lane. And she posted a double clear there, so we know that they have got potential clears in the bag. Poland sadly had their first rider eliminated, so this has to be a counting score. Roxana Nawrocka and Penny Lane. Can they get a clear for Poland? It's certainly going well so far. You know, she collects up the stride but keeps the rhythm going really well. Sees a bit of a longer one to the last. Yes, she can do another. But brilliant for Poland. They are still in with a shout. Despite that early elimination for their first rider, they could well be in with a shot, with a clear there. Back to Germany now then. And Louisa Conley Louisa rides Zivia H. Louisa also rode at the third leg. Third leg, of course, was in Zduhovice with this horse. And again, she's a rider that posted a double clear there. Certainly a rider that Germany can count on for a good result. Huge jump at the water. Really nicely done there. Brilliantly ridden. Absolutely brilliant. Zivia H then, and Louisa Conley clear for Germany.
And Zivia H, 21 Taliban's for Team Germany at the moment.
All right then. So we just have a few more of these second riders to go. The next is for Switzerland. This is Noah Pfeiffer von Altishofen.
Noah Pfeiffer von Altishofen for the Team Switzerland. Gino.
The horse here is Rock de Vains. Switzerland, already have a clear, so another clear would certainly put them in a strong position. Remember, we have the Netherlands on 2 clear rounds. We have Belgium on a 1 faulting round and a clear. Another clear here could keep Switzerland well in contention of the top of the leaderboard following this first round. But of course we know that things can change very, very quickly in these Nations Cup competitions. Just the one fence left then. Oh, what a shot! Huge shot there for Noah Pfeiffer von Altishofen, but it's clear. What a start for Switzerland. Puts them level with the Netherlands, absolutely at the top of things.
Switzerland, Noah Pfeiffer von Altishofen and Rock the Vain. And the Team Switzerland by coordinates clear after 2 riders.
Let's go back to Great Britain now. Great Britain's second rider is, of course, Emily Gulliver.
To go at the second riders. Benizula, Backlap, Gelding by Condargos, and Emily Gulliver, Team Great Britain.
Great Britain are currently 14th in the overall season standings, but this is only the second leg that they have appeared at. So they could try and make up for things now in the later part of the series, potentially. Emily's riding Peninsula Buckle Up. Again, she was on the British team last week in Fontainebleau. Had a bit of a difficult time last week. But they've certainly got all the potential there. British team placed 7th last week. Emily's a rider who's really consolidated her career in the UK and now is continuing to do so internationally. Lots of good results at Veger de la Frontera this year, and this is her main ride. Just the one fence left. Great to the last, a fraction over the time allowed. 5 is the total for Emily Gulliver, but as I say, she did have a pretty hard time in Fontainebleau, so I'm sure she will be thrilled to have a good result here. Good round. Just the one fence down and one per time for Emily Gulliver, but Great Britain already have one clear.
In the lead we've cleared the team Netherlands, the team Poland and the team Switzerland.
So it looks like we're just going to have a short break now. Bit of a break while we have the arena levelled and the course just reset. As it stands, the Netherlands and Switzerland are very, very strong indeed. Both of those teams on a clean sheet as it stands. Belgium just have the one penalty point to add after these first 2 riders. Italy are on just 4, Great Britain on 5. Poland also on a clean sheet, however, their other rider was eliminated, so it really is all to be seen how that plays out. Just a short break now. As you can see, the tractors are in the arena just to level the surface. Of course, the team making sure that the arena in Lamprechtshausen is of the absolute best footing for this Youth Nations Cup competition. Extremely high standards in terms of the course building, course maintenance, and of course the facilities for horses and riders. But as it stands, we have had the second riders go for the teams. We are waiting for the third and fourth. The Netherlands and Switzerland both have 2 clear rounds, but we have a lot of teams also in very, very strong positions. It could all change after the third and fourth riders, so do stay with us for those in just a few moments' time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in the FEI Nations Cup Children Lamprechtshausen 2022. After two riders in the first round still in the lead, we've cleared the team Netherlands, the team Poland and the team Switzerland. And we start now with the third rider of every team in the first round FEI Champion Nations Cup Children.
Well, welcome back everybody to this Children's Nations Cup competition. We're about in the middle of the first round. We've got 11 teams coming forward here, so a really good turnout of teams, and those nations are representing countries from all across Europe. The Czech Republic, the Netherlands, Sweden, Austria, the home team, Belgium, Italy, Poland, Germany are ranking leaders, Switzerland, Great Britain and Lithuania all represented here. We've had the second riders for the teams go so far. We are now on to the third riders for the teams. The first of those is for the Czech Republic. We are back to the top of things. For the Czech Republic then, their third rider out is Kristina Gutova. Kristina rides Flavio 57. This is the horse that she rode at the third leg. That was, of course, in the Czech Republic at Zduhovice. There, this combination had a clear round and one pole down in their second round. Czech Republic currently on a score of 7 and one of 12 from their first two riders. And we do have a few teams on fewer penalties than that. So a good result here from Kristina would be very, very valuable. As I say, she can definitely achieve those results. We know that. In fact, 3 of the members of the team here were also on the team in Zduhovice. She's just got the one fence left. She's a bit over the time allowed, but she is clear for jumping. The time allowed has been quite influential. It's 76 seconds.
Czech Republic.
And the length of the course is 440 metres. 3 is the total then for Kristina Gutova. So now with a score of 7 and one of 12, if that was the, even if their final rider jumps clear, they will count at least 10. We go to Lithuania now. Unfortunately, the first rider for Lithuania was eliminated, but of course the other members of the team can still compete. As a team, they'll be eliminated from this round. But their second rider is Laura Birgit. She rides Need for Speed. Again, she competed at that third leg in Zduhovice. It's the exact same team, in fact, that Lithuania had at that third leg and here at the fifth leg. Unfortunately, Need for Speed is taking a pretty serious dislike to the first fence. That's such a shame.
And now we are going on with the team of the Netherlands.
The third time of asking jumps it cleanly. But that's so unlucky, you know, it's something that you can see happen. Sometimes, you know, I've seen it many times when horses have a problem with the first fence but actually go on to jump the rest of the course beautifully. 2 eliminations, though, for Lithuania now, unfortunately. On to the Netherlands now. This is a team in a very, very strong position. They already have 2 clear rounds. So if this rider, FEI Louise Vos, if she can jump clear, that would absolutely take the pressure off their final rider. And in fact, their final rider wouldn't need to compete in this first round. FEI, along with her teammates, Jorni van Sandvoort and also her teammate Nina Hartzager, competed at the first leg of this Nations Cup series. There the team placed 7th. She rides Monica LH here. And this is the horse that she rode at that first leg at Centaur Park. She had a fence down in the first round and then went clear in the second. There. So again, a combination with a lot of potential, a lot of skill already seen in this Nations Cup series. Just a couple of fences left. Really, this course rewards adaptability and accuracy. Oh, great to the last, and she's well within the time allowed. It's a clear for the Netherlands. Another clear. 3 clear rounds for that team. What a start. What a performance in this first round for that team. I mean, that means that their 4th rider, Jorni van Sandvoort, does not need to come forward in this first round. Of course, Jorni is still entitled to compete in the first round, but it will be a clean sheet for the Netherlands in the first round. Sweden are up next then. Sweden's 3rd rider is Matilda Hansen. Matilda rides Rubio Monocote Electric. Again, Matilda competed at leg 1 on the 5th place Swedish team at Centaur Park in this Nations Cup 2022 season. She also competed at Fontainebleau last week, but not in the Nations Cup competitions. This horse, Rubio Monocote Electric, is a 13-year-old mare by Ucato. And this horse went to the World Young Horse Breeding Championships at Lanaken in 2015. That was with Kim Hugenrath. So a horse that showed all the potential as a young horse, now all the potential in this Youth Nations Cup competition as well. What a performance! Another clear for Sweden. I mean, we know that they have 4 riders and we know that 1 score can be dropped. So actually, if Sweden's final rider can also jump clear, that'll put them level with the Netherlands. Absolutely all to play for these final riders. You just don't know what the standings will be until the final riders have jumped. On to Austria now. Austria's first appearance in this 2022 Nations Cup series is on home soil in Lamprechtshausen. Their 3rd rider is Lisa Galatic, who rides Isakara. Lisa was on the European Championships team, albeit with a different horse. The team were 16th at the Euros and of course are not currently in the Nations Cup standings, as this is their first appearance here this season. These fences, remember, are 1.25 meters in height, and this horse is very established up to 120 level. Actually, with this horse, Lisa won 2 competitions at Gorla Minore in Italy in April. One 122 phase and a 1.15 meter speed class. But this new height, not a problem for this horse. 74.53, well-timed round and a clear for Austria. That's going to be very popular with the crowd in Lamprechtshausen. Austria now on a 4, a 13 and a clear round. So if they can drop that score of 13, if they can have another clear, that could still put them well within contention of the top of the leaderboard. And we know how quickly things can change in the second round. In fact, in the 4th leg of this Nations Cup series, that's something that we really saw. You know, we had a leaderboard after the first round of competition, but things changed so much in the second round. On to Belgium now. Belgium's third rider is Martha Louise Dieu with Jazz van T. Kamerveld. Belgium also in a very, very strong position. They have a 1 faulting round and a clear. This is Martha Louise's second Nations Cup start in her career, the first of this season though. Jazz van de Kamerveld is by Toulon. And they won a 125 class in Fontainebleau last week. In fact, they won another 125 class at Centaur Park, so no doubt that will have gone a great way to their selection for this national team. Gets very deep there, but that pays off. 1 fence left. Oh, absolutely beautifully done. Within the time allowed for Martha Louise Dieu, it's a clear for Belgium. You do actually really have to feel for the Belgium team that they just picked up that 1 time penalty with their first rider. Their first rider was Esther Bomere, and she is such an experienced competitor. But great performance from the Belgian team. We've seen them be very, very strong at previous legs. Of course, Belgium are 4th in the overall season standings. But actually that doesn't quite show how consistent they've been. They've had 2 second places so far. Italy, meanwhile, are the team that are 3rd in the season standings. They had a win at their home show, Gorla Minore, in the children's category, and a 2nd at Zdrujovice. Their 3rd rider here is Francesca Di Giovanni. Francesca rides Pablo P. Italy have a 4 vaulting round and a clear. So, you know, they're another team absolutely knocking on the door. With this horse, Francesca was 8th in the Children's Grand Prix, the 1:30 Grand Prix at Gorla Minore. But really, this show could be an opportunity for Italy to leapfrog some of their nearest rivals. Pablo P, you know, looking pretty solid round here. This is just a 9-year-old gelding by Perigo. Oh, what a shame. Oh, so tough to have that final fence down. It was a lovely round. But one down means that Italy will count at least 4. But as I say, it could all change. It is very difficult to call this competition. We go back to Poland then. Poland's third rider is Paulina Pelauska. Paulina rides La Coco 3. This is the horse that she rode at the second leg of the Nations Cup Series on the 3rd placed team there. Poland are 5th in the overall season standings. As I say, they were 3rd at Gorla Minore. They were equal 3rd at Zdrowice. La Coco is by Clarimo. We've got some really well-bred horses in this competition. Some very interestingly bred horses. This horse has also competed right the way up to 1.40 m height, previously ridden by Letitia Jambor of Germany. This score has to count for the Polish team. Remember, they unfortunately had their first rider eliminated, but their second rider jumped clear. So it's not all over for the Polish team, but this score has to count. Gets a big shot to the last. But she's in the time allowed. As soon as she landed, she knew she was clear. It's fantastic to see this Polish team really pulling the performances out of the bag. They know their scores have to count. You know, all of the riders are feeling the pressure here for their teams, but arguably Poland could be feeling it more than others with that elimination.
Best of luck for the team Germany.
Back to Germany then, to our overall season standing leaders. Third rider is Letitia Hermer. Who rides Anis de la Pièce. Germany are on an interesting score. They have one rider picking up 21 and one on a clear. So they'll be hoping... Ooh, the plank goes as well. I was going to say they'll be hoping to drop the score of 21. But Letitia Hermer also dropping 2 poles so far. Jumped previously at pony level. But this is quite a new partnership. Germany, of course, very experienced and very successful
Eight pedal bonds for the
at
team
the young rider level. But 8 is the total, so Germany will count at least 8 in this first round of competition. A 21, a clear, and an 8 on the board for them so far.
Germany. Switzerland to go. The team by Cornelia Nutz.
On back to Switzerland then, and their third rider is Viktoria Sherbakov.
By Calvaro FC and Viktoria Sherbakov, Team Switzerland.
Switzerland are 7th in the overall season standings. So another team who could well be looking to rocket themselves up the leaderboard after this competition, but we'll of course have to see how they go. Victoria rides Delicate Histoire here. But if you've been keeping up to date with the Youth Nations Cup series, you will of course recognise Viktoria Sherbakov's name, as she competed at legs 2 and 4 this season, but she was on the pony team. Erlevant d'Erlevant is her pony that she rides. Seventh with this horse in a 1:30 Grand Prix at Gorla Minore in April. That is their most recent international result. Brilliantly judged to the last. 71.99 was the time. Viktoria Sherbakov. Another clear for Switzerland. Means that Switzerland will definitely finish this round on a clean sheet. That puts them level with the Netherlands. Both of those teams add nothing from the first round of competition. And that's just after 3 riders have jumped. Their 4th riders do not need to jump. Of course, they are entitled to, but they don't have to. So it'll be interesting to see what they do if they decide to keep the horses a little bit fresher. Save one horse who won't have jumped 2 rounds. We will wait and see. Rosie Campbell is next in. She is the 3rd rider for Great Britain with Appy du Chalet. Great Britain are 14th in the overall season standings, but this is only their 2nd appearance in this 2022 Youth Nations Cup series. Rosie is 13 years old, and this is the horse that she campaigns internationally. Competed at Fontainebleau in a couple of different competitions up to 1.30 meter height. And they came 6th in a 1:25 there in Fontainebleau. Appy du Chalet is a 12-year-old stallion. Who was previously ridden by Julia Dallamano of France and also by Vincent Lambrecht of Belgium. Great Britain on a clear and a 5. Another clear would be really helpful. Oh, fantastic!
Clear round for Great Britain.
Great clear for Rosie Campbell. in her first Nations Cup appearance. Absolutely sensational jumping. 2 clears and a 5 for Great Britain. They do have a rider yet to come. That, of course, is Alfie Diapa. He is going to be the final rider into the arena. If he can jump clear, he'll keep Great Britain at the top of the leaderboard for the first round. But let's not second guess things. Let's see how the competition unfolds. We are now on to the 4th riders of the teams. Remember, 11 teams coming forward out of the starting gates this morning. Sadly, Lithuania are eliminated, as 2 of their 3 riders have been eliminated. Czech Republic next in. Their final rider is Albert Pizarek. Today, Albert rides Enjoy MH. He also competed at the 3rd leg of this Nations Cup series. But there he rode Chapo 2. Did post 1 clear though. Czech Republic now on a 7, a 12 and a 3. Whoa, big shot. I think the pole fell at the end, yeah. Late falling pole there, but it was a very long stride. It would have been a big challenge for the horse to keep that fence up. Good to the last though, just 1 fence down with that unfortunate misunderstanding. So, 4 is the total for Albert Pizarek. He is the final rider for the Czech Republic. So they will drop that score of 12. They'll finish on 14 in the first round. They'll count a 7, a 3 and a 4. 14 is the total for the Czech Republic. Well, the final rider for Lithuania is in the ring now, but remember this is a bit of an individual performance. This is Trojas Rimkevičius. That is so interesting, you know. Another of the Lithuanian riders was unfortunately eliminated with refusals at this first fence. How interesting that their teammate also had issues at that same fence. The horse is Calimero W. Again, he was on the team at the 3rd leg in Zduhovice. On this very horse. It's the exact same team. I think Trojas is aware that the horse has a tendency to get quite fast, and so you can really see he's using his body very intelligently to make sure that he maintains the balance, especially in the combinations and down the related distances. Gets his body up and back quickly, ready for the next fence. Unfortunately, with the refusal, this is going to be costly in terms of time as well. Good shot to the last though, takes a bit of a pull. So 19 is the total for Trojas Rimkevičius and Calimero W.
And after the first round, the team of Lithuania is eliminated.
So, as I say, that was a bit of an individual performance as Lithuania is sadly eliminated. Of course, it does make things quite difficult when the teams only have 3 riders coming forward. However, they did have 2 eliminated, so regardless, it was not to be the day for the Lithuanian team. Sweden up next. Final rider for the Swedish team is Nathalie Vennerhorn. She rides Kenneth du Petit-Vivier.
Team Sweden.
Nathalie also rode at the first leg of this series. This is the horse that she rode there. She just dropped one pole over 2 rounds there. And the team came 5th. Sweden have a score of 8 and 2 clears. Now, a clear here, dare I say it, would have Sweden on a level pegging with the Netherlands and Switzerland on a clean sheet. Everybody is getting pretty long shots to that fence, a very long stride, but it doesn't matter, the fence stays up. The pressure is always on the final riders, but they will be all too aware of what they need to do. One fence now separates Nathalie Vennerhorn and the Swedish team from a place near the top of the podium. Yes, manages it. What a time as well, 68.6, fantastic time. Absolutely brilliant riding from the final rider for Sweden, Nathalie Vennerhorn. So would you look at that? With 2 clears, now 3 clears and an 8. Sweden dropped the 8, and from the first round, Sweden finish on a clean sheet. Let's go back to Austria, to Julia Handke. Austria on a 4, a 13 and a clear. So Julia really could do with having certainly less than 13. But if she managed to jump clear, it would keep Austria just a fence behind the leaders. Cléon's Absinthe 2 is her ride. And remember, this is the first appearance for the Austrian team in this Nations Cup series, so you know, a good result on home soil would be really lovely for them. Julia was on the Europeans team with Zazu last year. But yes, she can seal the clear. Absolutely brilliant for Austria. Well, keeps them in a competitive position. They'll drop the score of 13. They'll count a 4 and 2 clears. Gives Austria a total of 4 after the first round. They're just a fence behind the Netherlands and Switzerland. Those teams, of course, guaranteed a clean sheet with 3 clears already. Now we go back to Belgium. Belgium have been extremely strong so far in this Nations Cup 2022 series. They are a team who have had 2 second places already. Last week, just missing out in a jump off, and actually it just went down to time. It was very, very close indeed. But their final rider is Brent de Schrijver. Brent rides Live Good wie die Kattenwennen Z. And Belgium have 2 clears and a 1 faulting round. That means if Brent can jump clear, they'll be tied for the top spot after the first round of competition. He's no stranger to riding for his country. In fact, he was part of the winning Belgian team in the children's category at the Youth European Championships at Villamora last year. He's certainly a rider that can put... Oh, a fence down! Oh, Brent de Schriever has a fence! Carefully to the last on this big striding horse, but a fence down, my goodness. So, extremely unlucky means that Belgium will want to drop that score of 4. They will be on a total of 1 in the first round of competition.
By Canan, written by Enrico Santoni, Italy.
Well, we're now hearing that we have 4 riders left to go. Of course, the final rider for Switzerland and the Netherlands do not need to compete. Their teams are on a clean sheet already. But we go to Italy now, to Enrico Santoni. Enrico rode at the second leg of the Nations Cup series this year, but there was on the pony team. Here he rides Katrin. Katrin is a horse that he's jumped up to 135 height. Jumped in a 130 Grand Prix at Gorda Minore. 135 two phase, a 3-star competition with this horse, so really taking it up the ranks in some very good levels of competitions as well. Well, we will bring you this picture back as soon as possible. Enrico Santoni for Italy, the final rider for the Italian team, of course, in the ring now. And so, as I say, we just have those final 4 riders to go. 1 for Italy, 1 for Poland, 1 for Germany, and 1 for Great Britain. Well, it looks like it's a clear for Enrico Santoni, but we will confirm those scores for you as soon as we can. Katrin was the ride, the 9-year-old by Canan. Yes, a clear for Enrico Santoni of Italy. That means Italy will drop 1 score of 4. They'll count 4. Back to Poland now. And Poland's final competitor is Julia Ganowska. Julia also competed at the 3rd leg of competition. Ooh, that looked like it may have fallen. No, I think it was just a good rattle to that fence. At the 3rd leg, Julia had a fence down in both rounds with this horse, Jornian Blue F. But this is a score that has to count. The other riders for Poland have jumped fantastically, as their first rider was sadly eliminated. They've got 2 clears, and 1 fence now stands between Poland's Julia Ganowska and a place for the team at the top of the podium. She's done it!
For Poland.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. That's so well deserved for this team.
Poland.
They can discount that elimination and their riders go forward to the second round on a clean sheet. Now that is the 3rd team on a clean sheet. They join the Netherlands and
Germany.
Switzerland. absolutely nothing to add.
Clooney, free by Klariska and
Let's go to Germany now then,
Helfrich,
and
Team
Amy
Germany.
Helfrich. She's the final rider for the season standing leaders. Amy also rode at the first leg of competition at Centaur Park. She rode Leon 596 there. This though is Clowney 3. For the German team. Clowney is an 11-year-old by Clarimo. Germany have a score of 21, a clear and an 8. We don't have another team on 8, but they will certainly be looking to drop the 21, so Amy is riding for a finish of 8 for her team. But Germany have just been very consistent so far this Nations Cup season. They are also the only team to have had appearances at every leg so far, and so, you know, to be able to send a team to every leg really shows you the depth of talent in the German young rider squads. They were third at Centaur Park, they were second at Gola Minore, equal third at Zdujovice and third at Fontainebleau, so they're looking... They still need a win, but they're at the top of the leaderboard, and Amy Helfrich jumps clear. They will drop the 21, they will count 8 as a team from this first round.
Close with 8 penalty points and is not in the second round. Deutschland nicht qualifiziert für die zweite Runde.
But you know, it's quite close.
Litauen and the Czech Republic not qualified for the second round. Lithuania, Germany and the Czech Republic. And last to go for the team Great Britain, because the team Switzerland close with clear. Schweiz geht mit 0 in die zweite Runde.
We actually now have 4 teams on a clean sheet. They are the Netherlands, Sweden, Poland and Switzerland. But we could have a fifth.
And Alfie Diapa.
Alfie Diapa is the final rider for the British team with Kurosa 3. Alfie rode this horse at the Fontainebleau leg on the team. Alongside his teammates here. Alongside his teammates Chloe May Morris and Emily Gulliver. There he had a few fences down, but he really could do with a clear here. A clear would keep Great Britain level with those other teams at the top of the leaderboard on a clean sheet. A fence down would put them in equal second level with Austria and Italy. Oh, he has had a fence. Oh, dear me. Well, what a shame. It is not the day for Alfie Diapa, my goodness me. Sadly parting company with Kurosa 3, so that is unfortunately elimination for the final rider for Great Britain, and the final rider in this first round of competition. That's the score that Great Britain will drop. And so that means that their score from the first round will be 5.
Close with 5 penalty points.
5 was the score of Emily Gulliver, and that's the score that they count in addition to the 2 clears. So, has Great Britain in 4th place after this first round. But the way that things stand at the moment, at the top of the leaderboard, we have 4 teams on a clean sheet. They are the Netherlands, Sweden, Poland, and Switzerland. Right behind them, we have Belgium, just counting 1 penalty from our first Belgian rider. Next up, we have Italy. They are on a score of 4, alongside Austria, also on 4. Great Britain are just a whisker behind them on a score of 5. They are then followed by Germany on 8 and the Czech Republic on 14. Lithuania sadly eliminated in the first round and therefore eliminated from this Nations Cup competition. But as you can see, the course is being reset. The arena is being re-leveled. As I'm sure you have come to expect, we have an individual competition that will take place in between these 2 rounds. And we have 26 individuals coming forward. Then we will be bringing you the second round of the Nations Cup competition. Of course, the teams will jump in reverse order of merit. So we'll have the Czech Republic out first once again. They'll be followed by Germany, then Great Britain, then Austria and Italy, Belgium, and finally our 4 teams on a clean sheet, the Netherlands, Sweden, Poland and Switzerland, will round things out in the order of go. It's absolutely all to play for. It's very, very tight in this leaderboard. Belgium are just 1 penalty point behind the leaders. Less than a fence then down to Austria and Italy. And 1 penalty behind to Great Britain. Less than a fence then to Germany. It couldn't be closer. Things could really be shaken up quite dramatically in the second round of competition. Do stay with us though. As I say, we will now have an individual competition, then the prize giving for the individuals will then be back with the second round of the Children's Nations Cup competition presented by Sportland Salzburg. Stay with us for that competition.
And information for all shifting teams for the second round. Starting time of the second round, children 2:30. 14:30 beginnt zweite Runde children. Starting time, second round, children 2:30. Now we start with the individual children class presented by Sportland Salzburg. And we start with Poland. Ostakowski Santino, ridden by Nel Swoka, Poland.
Gave everything this golden glow. Turn off all the stars, 'cause this I know that it hurts like so to let somebody go.
At the end, it was 31 penalty points, 23 for time, 98.26 seconds. Ostakowski Santino and Nel Swoka, and the chef de group of the team Poland, Thomas Wodarski, and the rider Nel Swoka are kindly requested to come to the jury. Fiona de Boss Mesange is in the van, and Magdalena Righetto, Italy. Clear round in time of 67.31 seconds, senza penalità nel tempo 67.31, Magdalena Righetto per l'Italia. Und hier kommt nun der Zweitplatzierte, der Silbermedaillengewinner der letzten Europameisterschaften und gestrige Gewinner mit Vermont von Valentino, Hugo Kogelnik, Finnland.
show with everything but Yul Brynner. Time flies, doesn't seem a minute since the Tyrolean Spa had the chess bars in it. All changed, don't you know that when you play at this level, there's no ordinary venue? It's Iceland, or the Philippines, or Hastings, or this place. One night in Bangkok, the world's your oyster. The bars are temples, but the balls ain't free. You'll find a god in every golden oyster. And if you're lucky,
And the next upper round of Konglik and Vermark clear 66 seconds is in the lead. Und unser finnischer Kärntner übernimmt wiederum die Führung mit 66 Sekunden. Gomez, Tien in the course for St. Basie and Victoria Schumacher, Germany.
get tied, you're talking to a tourist whose every move's among the purists. I get my kids above the waistline, sunshine. One night in Bangkok makes the heart man humble. Not much between despair and ecstasy. One night in Bangkok and the tough guys tumble. Can't be too careful with your company. I can feel the devil walking next to me. Cyan's gonna be the witness to the ultimate test of cerebral fitness. This grips me more than would a muddy old river or reclining Buddha. Thank God I'm only watching the game, controlling it. I don't see you guys rating the kind of mate I'm contemplating. I'd let you watch, I would invite you, but the queens we use would not excite you. So you better go back to your bars, your temples, your massage parlors.
Und wieder 70,57 Sekunden Victoria Schumacher und Gomez Tien. Clear on 70.57 seconds. Dakota in the course, Ollenburger Mare by Tirado and Anna Ruggeri, Italy.
Between despair and ecstasy. One night in Bangkok and the tough guys tumble. Can't be too careful with your company. I can feel the devil walking next to me.
Radio Swiss Pop. Music. Pure.
Tell me what you feel. Why are you leaving, my dear? One love, one soul, two cares, one goal, and time for sorrow. Tell me, what do you mean when you say he'll treat you like a queen? I know you know it's not your fault, and you have to know. We'd have a single day, and my memories fade, and we have to change so that everything remains.
8 per rebound, 72.58 seconds on Ruggeri and Dakota, 8 per età, 72.58. Clean as the locks in the course, Danish one block mirror by Quinton and our Ferch, Germany.
Time to go tonight, and now I say goodbye.
1 penalty point for exceeding the time allowed, 76.51 seconds, aber Ferchen Quintes Lox. Ein Straffehlerpunkt, 76,51 Sekunden. Vasco de Talma is in the course, San Fonseca, Limbal Calvaro, and Maria Francesca di Proporzio, Italy.
Un soir sur le bord du chemin, il y avait une étoile, je l'ai ramassée. Elle m'a souri au creux des mains, comme si c'était normal, je crois qu'elle m'attendait. Je l'ai prise avec moi, j'entends souvent sa voix. Je peux, je t'éclaire, ouvre les yeux, il y a tant de choses à faire. Puisque tout est éphémère, on peut faire mieux, à un moment de se taire.
4 penalty points, 64.85 seconds. 4 penalità. Il tempo 74.85, Maria Francesca di Proporzio, Italy. Moonlight is the course, Belgium, Merbe Emmanuel van der Rittershof and Giulia Marvaso, Italy.
L'étoile a si bien expliqué que chaque minute est précieuse, pas de temps pour les regrets. Et tant qu'elle sera là, la la la, nous chanterons à deux voix. Donc je peux, je t'éclaire, ouvre les yeux, il y a tant de choses à faire. Puisque tout est éphémère, on peut faire mieux, à un moment de se taire. C'est la puissance son lit, plus de rien que vous servir, donc on éclaire, on espère. Si un manteau je t'éclaire, ouvre les yeux, être ton étoile je sais faire. Nous créerons cette lumière, c'est contagieux, donc on éclaire, on espère. Donc je peux, je t'éclaire, ouvre les yeux, il y a tant de choses à faire. Puisque tout est éphémère, on peut faire mieux.
Senza penalità del tempo 68.80, si inserisce terzo posto nella classifica. Giulia Marvaso in Moonlight, clear on 68.8 seconds, the third place so far. Very good, De La Sens, now in the course of Francais, led by Jenny De La Sens, written by Marlene Caveng, Switzerland.
Sometimes when this place gets kind of empty, the sound of their breath fades with the lights. I think about the loveless fascination under the Milky Way tonight. Lower the curtain down Memphis. Lower the curtain down, alright. I got no time for private consultation under the Milky Way tonight.
Clear round in time of 71.58 seconds. Very good Delasance and Malin Kavin, Switzerland. It's the fifth place so far. Jaris is in the course by Colorit and Skadi Trümper, Germany. For penalty point, 70.13 seconds, Kari Trümper and Charis. Gesamt Dutch Warmblood gelding by Quadros and Amelia Ziba, Poland.
My heart is a hidden lane. I'll show you around. Just give me your hand. Up the hill, there's a place to wind. Just take your time, 'cause there's so much to find. Got the only key, but you made me.
For penalty point, 74.33 seconds, Amelia Ziba in gesamte Poland. Duchamp van T et LZ. Zangerseitig gelding by Doulon and Louis Lamprecht, Belgium.
Welcome to my hidden land. Didn't count all my wasted years. I got lost in a world full of fears. Now I'm pulling off this old and heavy coat. I'm about to burn the sad stories I wrote. Got the only key, but you made me see. I let it go, I let you in. Here we are, welcome to my hidden land. I let it go, I let you in. Here we are, welcome to my hidden land. Oh, let it go. Welcome to Just enjoy the land inside my heart. All my mountains, all my trees, and all my birds and all my seas. Just enjoy the time until we part. I let it go, I let you in.
Clear round 70.11 second for Louis Lamprecht, Belgium, and Dujon van T at L. It's the fourth place so far. Still in the lead, Hugo Kovelik for Finland. Sabine van der Lindehoeve is set in the course by skill set, and Lars Verjuren, Belgium.
Radio Suisse Pop.
Maybe a little spark, just a flicker in the street light as you're walking past. Maybe somebody beside you that you don't even know yet, who's gonna rescue your heart. Maybe it's the little things you lose on the way, you forget who you are. So maybe take a chance tonight, 'cause I can see the color blue overshadow you, but you got nothing to lose. 'Cause you're magic, ooh, magic, burning like a shooting star. Yeah, you're magic, ooh, magic, let your fire light the dark. No matter who you are.
4 better about 73.96 second. Lars Verjuren, Belgium, and Sabine van der Lindehoeve is set. Connie, Bavarian Mare, written by Susanna Britsblitska, Poland.
With no one beside you, no one to get you through. Maybe you're all dressed up, with no one to hold you, and the nights are lonely too. Maybe you gotta believe in all of your dreams, 'cause you know who you are. So baby, take a chance tonight, 'cause I can see your colors true and your flowers bloom. Yeah, you got nothing to lose. 'Cause you're magic, ooh, magic, burning like a shooting star. Yeah, you're magic, ooh, magic, let your fire light the dark. No matter who you are, you can make it come true. You got magic in you. Maybe it's the little things you lose on the way, you forget who you are. So maybe take a chance tonight, 'cause I can see your colors true and your flowers bloom. Yeah, you got nothing to lose. 'Cause you're magic, ooh, magic, burning like a shooting star. Yeah, you're magic, ooh, magic, let your fire light the dark. No matter who you are, you can make it come.
Clear on for Susanna Britsblitska and Connie from Poland. 72.33 seconds to 7th place so far. Inomia, Dutch Mare by Singapore, and Alicia Svensson, Sweden.
Before you were my everyday. Where did I go before you were my favorite place? Where did the time go? 4 months don't seem so long. 100 miles don't seem so far. We only talk about is how you gonna make it out. All of our plans, holding your hand, yeah. What I'm gonna say to you, how I'm gonna wait for you. All I know is I'll give you love, the air from my lungs. Every day, every hour, every minute, I'll give you my life just as long as you're in it. So tell me the day, don't make me wait. Just let me fall in your arms for a minute. I'll give you my life just as long.
Clear on 64.9 to second. That's the new lead for Sweden. Alicia Svensson and Anomia in the lead. Sweden, Finland and Italy the best three at the moment. Cliff in the course, next to go, Holsten Gelding by Conrato and Lily Dingstedt, Sweden.
Said you wanna kiss me right now, we were alone, where we belong. I knew it when I saw those eyes, every color in the sky. Now you know I'll give you love, the air from my lungs.
Oh, and that's a mess. Unlucky Lily Dingstedt. We are very sorry, but you're eliminated. Next to go, and it is old home stable BSG Future. Holstein Gelding by Cash and Carey and Jolie Marie Kühner, Germany.
The air from my lungs. Every day, every hour, every minute, I'll give you my life just as long as you're in it. So tell me the same, don't make me wait. Just let me fall in your arms for a minute. I'll give you my life just as long as you're in it. I'll give you my love.
Surrender every given day. Shattered about what I didn't say. Lose my mind on pretty things. Going blind for what the morning.
Am Ende waren 17 Gesamtzählerpunkte, 13 für Zeit, 88,46 Sekunden. Jolie Marie Kühner und BSG Future, 70 better points, including 30 for time, the time of 88.46 seconds. Cum laude, next to go, Westfalen Gelding by Kai Daniel and Valentina Jarl, Sweden.
Dispose of waste that holds me down. Close to an illusion I
For Berryman Fenster on 66.08 seconds. Cum laude and Valentina Jarl for Sweden. Pluto, next to go, Westphalian Gelding by Blood Blue and Malgorzata Babicka, Poland.
When you see her, say a prayer and kiss your heart goodbye. She's trouble in a wood, get closer to the fire. Run faster, her laughter burns you up inside. You're spinning round and round, you can't get off, you try but you can.
Clear out time 65.4 seconds. Second place at the moment for Malgorzata Babicka, Poland. Still in the lead, Alicia Svensson from Sweden. Michalina Lack, Poland, next to go, and Chilenia.
You try to avoid her fate is in your hands. She's smiling, an invitation to the dance. Her heart is on the street, two quarters so next to yours. Now you're falling at her feet, you try to get away but you can't. Run faster, her laughter burns you up inside. You're spinning round and round, you can't get off, you try but you
Sixteen penalty points at the end for time 79.97 seconds. Michalina Lack e Giuliana. Dudok L by Canturano and Tola Zwierczynska, Poland.
Radio Swiss Pop. Swiss made by SRG SSR.
Woke up cold one Tuesday. I'm looking tired and feeling quite sick. I felt like there was something missing in my day-to-day life. So I quickly opened the wardrobe, pulled out some jeans and a t-shirt that seemed clean.
And information for Chef keeps the Nations Cup for Young Warriors not start before 4 o'clock. The Nations Cup for Young Warriors will not start before 4 o'clock. The exact time we will announce later.
I'm seeing stars as I'm rubbing my eyes, and I felt like there were 2 days missing as I focused on time. Then I made my way to the kitchen, but I had to stop from the shock of what I found. A room full of all of my friends, all dancing round and round.
8 per month, 74.31 seconds, Tola Zwierczynska and Dudok L. E Doctor, Belgium gelding by Doctor next to go, and Paola Benini, Italy.
Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Take me wandering through these streets where bright lights and angels meet. Stone to stone, they take me on. I'm walking till the break of dawn. Hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. No short on money, but a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So wearing my brand new shoes. Oh, hey, I put some new shoes on and suddenly everything is right. I said, hey, I put some new shoes on and everybody's smiling. It's so inviting. Oh, short on money, but a long time. Slowly strolling in the sweet sunshine, and I'm running late and I don't need an excuse. So I'm wearing my brand new shoes.
4 Springmittelpunkte, 71,06 Sekunden, Paolo Benini and the Doctor 4 per danne, tempo 71,06. Adesso in campo Vedacchios, Olstern, mehr bei Calato e Angelika Pezzutti.
Follow the sun, get on the ride.
And that was the end of Angelika Pizzuti and Lombi. And here are Weiter Quiroz and Elodie Hanselmann, Switzerland.
Follow the sun, head on the ride. We're drifting down the coastline, finding my way up to the sky. We're surfing on the edge of the sky, going along. We're gonna work it out, nothing's wrong. We're gonna work it out soon. Don't play along. We're gonna work it out.
For about 67.8 seconds, Elodie Hanselmann and Weiter Quiroz for Switzerland. And Elodie Hanselmann and the chef de keep Connie Knox are kind of requested to come to the jury. Guess what is in the course with Jip Grootegoed, the Netherlands?
Now that I've lost everything to you, you say you wanna start something new, and it's breaking my heart you're leaving. Maybe I'm grieving, that if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you have a lot of nice things to wear, then a lot of nice things turn bad out there. Oh baby, baby, it's a wild world. It's hard to get by just upon a smile. Oh baby, baby, it's a wild world. I'll always remember you like a child girl. You know I've seen a lot of what the world can do, and it's breaking my heart in two, because I never want to see you a sad girl. Don't be a bad girl, but if you want to leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad and beware. Oh baby, baby, it's a wild world.
8 minute bond at the end for Jip Grootegoed, and guess what? For time 79.24 seconds. And the last to go in this class, Dos Lunas Galaxy and Renske van Middendorp, Netherlands.
Baby, I love you, but if you wanna leave, take good care. Hope you make a lot of nice friends out there, but just remember there's a lot of bad and beware.
Clear out at the end, 66.75 seconds at the fourth place. We see her again at the prize giving ceremony. Renske van Middendorp and Dos Lunas Galaxy. For the prize giving ceremony has to be ready. Alicia Svensson, Margalchata Mavinska, Hugo Kogelnik, Renske van Middendorp, Maddalena Ricchetto and Giulio Marvaso.
Is there a chance that we will be reaching our dreams and our legacy if we follow?
Bitte Siegerehrung, Siegerehrung.
Nobody knows what's gonna be. There's a place where all of our hopes don't go to waste. Maybe there's a place where all of our dreams can shine. Maybe there's a place where all of our hopes don't go to waste. Maybe there's a place where we could be one step closer to find. Is there a time when it's not too late to let our fears evaporate? Is there a place where we can believe no one can say we were naive? To follow hopes and take our chances. Nobody knows what's gonna be. Maybe there's a place where all of our hopes don't go to waste. Maybe there's a place where all of our dreams can shine. Maybe there's a place where all of our hopes don't go to waste. Maybe there's a place where we could be one step closer to find. Never know, never know, never know, no. Never know, never know, never know, no. If you don't try. Never know, never know, never know, no. Never know, never know, never know, no. Never know, never know, never know, no. Oh, I say maybe there's a place where all of our hopes don't go to waste.
Prize giving ceremony, CSIO Lamprechtshausen FEI Youth 2022 prize giving ceremony, class number 11. Children Picture, individual by Sportland Salzburg. Sieger, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, hier in der individuell Springberuf von 4 Children um den Preis des Sportlandes Salzburg, und zwischen den Beladen unseres Partners der Prima Group stehen 2 Sieger. Zum einen eingedeckt mit ihrer neuen Paradedecke aus dem Hause Beamer. Die 2009 geborene königlich-niederländische Warmblutstute Eunomia von Singapur im Sattel, ihre Siegerin Alicia Svensson, Sweden. Congratulations! An dieser Stelle, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, bitten wir Sie, von Ihren Plätzen zu erheben. Wir ehren die Siegerin mit der Hymne ihrer Heimat Schweden. Please, ladies and gentlemen, rise for the national anthem of Sweden. Congratulations, Alicia Svensson. Die Glückwünsche seitens der internationalen Jury werden überbracht von unserem Freund Schatzer Dr. Christian Schachter aus Deutschland. Die Ehrenpreise aus dem Händen von Jennifer Häusler-Göllner seitens der Turnierleitung. Second place for Poland, Westphalian Girl in Blue, 2 by Blood Blue, and Malgorzata Babczynska. Congratulations. And the first place for the one and only with Vermont by Valentino, Hugo Kogelik, Finland. At the fourth place, Dos Lunas Galaxy and Renske van Middendorp, the Netherlands. The fifth place, Cleona de Bosmasange and Maddalena Righetto, Italia. And the sixth place for Moonlight and Giulia Marvaso, Italy. Wir bedanken uns recht herzlich für die Vornahme der Siegerin bei Frau Jennifer Häusler-Göllner und Herrn Dr. Christian Schachter und gratulieren nochmals ihrer Siegerin Alicia Svensson from Sweden. And now, lap of honor, please. Here's the winner of the individual class by Sportland Salzburg, Alicia Svensson, Malgorzata Babczynska, Hugo Kogelik, Renske van Middendorp, Maddalena Righetto and Giulia Marvaso. 5 minutes ago for the second round, children, 5 minutes ago. Wir bitten den Besitzer des deutschen PKWs mit dem amtlichen Kennzeichen Deckendorf K5500, Deckendorf K5500, dringend zu seinem Fahrzeug.
Well, welcome back everybody to this FEI Youth Nations Cup competition. We're in the middle of the children's competition. Of course, this competition run over 2 rounds. The first round of competition took place earlier this afternoon in the heart of Austria in Lamprechtshausen. This is the 5th of the FEI Youth Nations Cup legs, and we have the current ranking leaders in our field. That is, of course, the German team. Second in the overall rankings is France, and they are not here in this competition. And so that really opens the door for some of the other teams to potentially leapfrog France and put themselves into a stronger position in the overall season standings. As it stands after the first round of competition, though, we have 4 teams on a clean sheet. Those 4 teams are at the top of the leaderboard. They added nothing for the first round of competition. Of course, we'll see what they add in the second round. Remember, the 3 best scores count. But in fact, for 2 of these teams, for the Netherlands and for Switzerland, they didn't need all 4 riders. Their first 3 riders all jumped clear, and so those 3 teams have a fresher combination in their 4th riders, which could prove crucial in the second round. So those teams on a clean sheet then are the Netherlands, Sweden, Poland and Switzerland. Belgium are just a fraction behind them on 1 penalty. 1 faulting round, 2 clears and a 4 faulting round. Just a tiny bit behind, and it just goes to show these time penalties in these Nations Cup competitions can be so costly. It is vital that the riders jump inside the time allowed if they are to have their teams in a strong position. Time allowed here being 76 seconds, and it was quite influential. We saw a good few riders picking up time penalties. So behind Belgium then, we have 2 teams on a score of 4 from the first round. They are Austria, the home team, and Italy. Italy are 3rd in the overall season standings, and a strong performance here could see them leapfrog France. They're only 10 points behind France. Could put them into 2nd in those season standings. Austria, meanwhile, this is their first appearance in this 2022 Youth Nations Cup series. This is where they're trying to kick off their campaign and no doubt score as many points as possible going into the rest of the season. Behind Italy and Austria then we have Germany, we have Great Britain, on a total of 5.
2022 second round.
We have Germany
8
on a
teams
score
have to go in
of
the
8.
second round. Great
And we
Britain,
have
Austria,
Czech
Italy,
Republic on
Belgium,
a
the
score
Netherlands, Switzerland,
of
Poland
14.
and Sweden. At the moment, the overall standing, Sweden, Poland, Switzerland and the Netherlands are clear. 1 penalty point for exceeding
Meanwhile,
time allowed for
Lithuania,
Belgium.
unfortunately, it was not the day for them.
4
2
for
of their
Italy
3
and
riders were
Austria,
eliminated, and so unfortunately
and
it's
5
elimination for the whole
Great
team.
Britain.
Great Britain, as I say, on a score of 5 from the first round, 2 clears and a 5 faulting round.
And she was
Unfortunately, their
clear
final
for Team
rider,
Great Britain in the
Alfie Diapa,
first
he was
round,
eliminated,
and
parting
she
company
opens now
with
the
his
second
ride
round
in the triple
with
combination.
Heidi Marker, Chloe May
So the
Morris,
teams, of course,
Great
jump
Britain.
in reverse order of merit.
10 years old, Dutch mare by Baltic Fauriel.
Oh my goodness, our first rider in the ring is Chloe May Morris of Great Britain.
And that was the first elimination for
She
the
has just
team
tackled the
of
first 2 fences,
Great
and
Britain,
unfortunately
Chloe
we
May
saw this
Morris and Heidi Marker.
combination
Ja,
being
wir
quite
können die junge
influential. A
Dame
good few
hier
refusals
mit
at
einem
fence
Applaus
3.
aufmuntern.
Unfortunately, it's
Erste
an
Runde 0.
elimination for Chloe May Morris of Great
Zweite
Britain. What a
Runde.
shame, she jumped a great clear
Kommen jetzt leider
in the
auch
first
die
round,
Nerven
but
bei dem
elimination for her.
Spiel. Team Austria. Z7 Cordanos, Oldenburg by Kadoki,
Great Britain, of
and
course,
Anna Plaut.
the first team out as we bring forward the top 8 to the second round. So second in the top 8 going through to the second round is Austria. The home team's first rider here is Anna Plautz. She rides Z7 Cordanos V. Anna had just one fence down in the first round. She is 13 years old. And yes, the Austrian team absolutely looking to get the best result here at this first appearance in their Nations Cup campaign of this season. 4 was their total from the first round. Of course, Great Britain now really under pressure with that elimination.
4 penalty points, 67.01 seconds, 4 penalty points for the team.
But Anna Plautz then
Austria.
completes with another 4 faulting round, another strong performance. Austria carry forward the 4 from the first round. We go to Italy now. Italy are the other team who finished on 4 faults in the first round, and their first rider is Mariana Martinengo-Marquez.
4 penalty points in the first round for it.
She had a fence down in the first round. The horse here is Fine Edition. With this horse, she was 12th in a 1:30 Grand Prix at Gorla last month. But she has a good few strong horses in her string. She's had 2 wins recently as well at Gorla with her other horses. But here, Fine Edition is the ride for the Italian rider. Fine Edition being a 15-year-old gelding by 4 Edition. And this is a horse that has jumped all the way up to 1.60 m in height. Previously ridden by Julia Martinengo-Marquez, by Lars Bach Andersen, among others. So again, in this round we have the first riders for all of the teams going first, followed by all the second riders, and so on until we have had all 4 competitors for all of these 8 teams coming forward. Great to see Great Britain still hanging in there. They are on a score of 5, Italy on 4, and now they stay on 4. Great clear to kick things off for Italy with Mariana Martinengo-Marquez
Per la squadra azzurro di Marco Bergomi.
in the first
Mariana
round.
Martinengo-Marquez, Fine Edition.
It's a very eye-catching
Ohne Fehler
fence,
Italien,
fence
und
3.
Italien hält bei 4 Fehlerpunkten
And I don't know if the
im
riders are
Augenblick.
kind of a little bit sitting back with their bodies just to make
Belgium,
sure
non in
that
about
they
history
make
van
it over
Amelange
the
set
upright at the double.
SD Bomere. Only
We're seeing
one
a few
penalty point in the
problems there.
first round.
Problems were all around the course though in the first round. But here we have Belgium's SD Bomere with history Vante Ameldonk Z. Este, remember, is the highest placed competitor from the European Championships in our field here today. She was 10th individually at the Europeans, and she was on the winning Belgian team at the European Championships. Este was the first rider out at the European Championships. She's first rider out for the Belgian team here today. And she jumped clear in the first round with just 1 time penalty that has Belgium carrying forward 1 from the first round. So I have no doubt that she will be aiming for a clear inside the time for her team. Belgium extremely strong in these Youth Nations Cup competitions. They are 4th at the moment in the season standings, with 2 second places. And we were saying in the first round, which of course was run over this very same course, that there are places around this course with plenty of questions being asked. None of them posing a problem so far for Esther Bomeret. Last fence for her. Oh, beautifully done. Oh, and no doubt that she will be thrilled with that. It's double clear for jumping. Just that one time penalty in the first round for Esther Bomeret. So a clear for Belgium. Keeps them in a very, very strong spot. Really puts the pressure on the teams on a clean sheet. Of course, they can drop a score. But now we have 3 teams on a clean sheet. The first of those to come forward is Bethany Vos for the Netherlands. She jumped clear in the first round. And Bethany here rides Sire de Beau Soleil. Interestingly, we saw a few riders have problems at the first fence. Unfortunately, of course, quite a lot of problems for the Lithuanian team. Bethany Vos, though, this is her first appearance on a Nations Cup team. But she did recently compete in a 125 Grand Prix. She's competed in a couple of those recently. A fence down here already could be costly for the Dutch team. Sire de Beau Soleil is a 16-year-old gelding by Estoril des Bois. Horse has jumped up to 140 height. Previously ridden by Bianca Karaiman of Romania. Oh, the last falls as well for Bethany Vos. Oh my goodness me. A score of 8 for her to add to the clear that she jumped in the first round. Shows you just how quickly things can change. In the first round so far then, we have had 2 clears. They went to Mariana Montenegro Marche of Italy and to Esther Bomeret of Belgium. We turn now though to Switzerland. First rider out for the Swiss team is Laura Andre. Laura again jumped clear in the first round with this horse Kusawati. And she competed at legs 2 and 4 of these Nations Cup competitions, but on the pony teams for Switzerland. Obviously on a different horse there. Oof. She'll pick up 4 for a knockdown there, but it was quite a considerable knock, taking the whole fence down. Swiss team, another team on a clean sheet from the first round. But as we've seen in the other legs of competition, things can change so quickly in the second round. Sees a long one to the last, Laura Andre, and she's just in the time allowed. 75.21 was her time, but a fence down for Switzerland. So 2 of our teams on a clean sheet have been, and neither have given us a clear round in this second round of competition.
Next to go, the American Karajan by Konstako and Karolina Winarkovic, Poland.
Karolina Wernerovics then for Poland is next in. She's the first rider out here again for the Polish team. We'll get you this picture back as soon as we can for Karolina Wernerovics. She rides Karajan here. As I say, another rider whose team are on a clean sheet. She unfortunately was eliminated in the first round, and you can just see her taking Karajan up for a good look at some of these fences. Really has a look at fence 2 as well. But the horse is not inexperienced. They were 10th in a 130 Grand Prix most recently. Competed in a 125 two-face for a 14th place, but plenty of good international performances for them so far. Ooh, that plank can fall very easily. Another fence falls for Karolina Wernerovics. As I say, things can change so quickly here. The horse is just really standing off the jumps. And between the fences, you know, she's keeping a good forward rhythm up. Horse slides into that fence. I think she has got the feeling that Karajan is not quite feeling too happy today. It's 12 so far for this 13-year-old gelding, horses by Can Stacco, and has jumped all the way up to 140 height. Previously ridden by Detlef Sonnenberg of Germany. Karolina Wernerovics then taking this penultimate fence for a second time. Clear now. She just has the one fence left. She will be over the time allowed, of course. But good to the last.
20 available,
Sure
28, 8 for time, 83.64, second Karolina Wernerovics.
So Karolina Wernerovics of Poland
for the team Poland.
Picks up 20 penalties for the
And
team.
now the team Sweden.
Having said that, they do still have 3 riders left to jump. 3 riders left to jump who jump clear in the first round.
Sweden.
So a score of 20 may not be counted. We will have to wait and see how it plays out. Sweden are the final team to go. Their first rider is Alma Blommeskold, who rides Cadorna de Claseta here. Alma competed at the 4th leg of this Nations Cup series to a 4th place for the Swedish team. She had 2 fences down in the first round. This horse is a 14-year-old by Calido out of a Contendro mare. Has a rattle of these fences. Yes, and the final part of the triple goes down. Horse was previously ridden by Beata Hermelin of Sweden and by Lily Engelsman of the Netherlands, as well as by Bianca Ruscha of Austria. She's battling a bit with the horse just to get the control back. I think it's a horse that could get a bit strong. Better with the deeper shot to the last though. 8 is the total. She posts the same score in the second round as she did in the first.
Italy and Switzerland with 4 penalty points, Sweden, Netherlands and Austria with 8, Great Britain with 5, and Poland with 20. And we start now with the second rider for...
We'll move on now to the
Great
second
Britain.
riders for each of the
Miguel de
teams.
Peninsula, buckle
Emily
up by
Gulliver
Contargos
is the
and
second
Emily
rider
Gulliver.
for Great Britain. This is a score that has to count. Unfortunately, Chloe May Morris was eliminated. So with Peninsula buckle up,
500 pounds in
Emily
the first
Gulliver
round.
now takes to the stage for Great Britain. Picked up 5 penalties in the first round. Gives a good bit of encouragement through the double. Pays off for her. And a fence falls. Great Britain will add at least 4 in this second round. And she's circling now. Just struggling to get the horse's attention. You can almost see the horse sort of looking around the arena, and a refusal now. Unfortunately, together with the circle, that will result in elimination. That will count as 2 refusals. And sadly, with 2 eliminations
Team
for
Austria,
the British team in the second round, that's elimination for the team. It's not to be the day for the British team, sadly.
30 pounds in the first round.
Well, Austria are in next. Austria, of course, carrying forward 4 from the first round, and they have 4 on the board so far in this second round. Jana Worm is next in. With Cobello. She picked up 13 in the first round. But another rider who has been competing in Austria. Cobello's been jumping up to 1.20 m height internationally. But she's going well so far. She was close to the water there, but I think she's got away with it. 1 fence left then for a clear for Austria. Oh, brilliant! And great within the time allowed as well. Jana Worm
well done.
jumps clear for Austria. So a 4 and a clear for Austria. Remember, they were on 4 in the first round, 4 now to add, as well as this clear in the second round.
And next to go Team Italy, Hera van Texelhof. Belgium, Warmblood Mare by Catwalk van Elle and Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo. Clear in the first round.
On to Italy now then. Italy, of course, are the other team who were level with Austria in the first round. They've got a clear already though. Their second rider here is Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo, who rides Hera van Texelhof. Italy, remember, are 3rd in the overall season standings. A good result here could really make a difference for them. Vittoria jumped clear in the first round. And now she's clear in the second round as well. What a fantastic performance.
Clear round for Italy.
That's our first double clear. Este Bomere was jumping clear but had the one-time penalty. This is our first true double clear.
Italy at the moment with 4 penalty points.
Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo of Italy, double clear.
Next to go, the leading team Belgium.
Nothing to add so far in the second round for Italy.
And Julia
Let's go back to Belgium then. Belgium, remember, just on 1 penalty from the first round. They've already got a clear in the second round, and this rider, Julie Lamberts, was clear in the first round. It's Opium van der Kalumierchen. Recently in a 125 Grand Prix, but as I say, she was clear in the first round. And Belgium only on 1 penalty from the first round as well. Steadies quite a lot for that boxer. But she's got an eye on the time as well. She knows it can be tight, so she moves on a bit to the water, and she's very close there. Final fence then for a double clear for Julie Lamberts. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, another double clear. 2 double clears on the trot.
Double clear in the Nations Cup, Lamprechtshausen.
Nothing to add still for Belgium, and so that 1 penalty from the first round is looking very, very valuable indeed.
The Netherlands,
Let's go back to the Netherlands though, and Nina Houtzager.
Clear in the first round.
Nina, of course, coming from a family with plenty of experience in the show jumping world, daughter of Mark Houtzager. Nina was also on the Dutch team at the first leg. They came 7th as a team at Centaur Park. Oh, a fence has gone! Well, this changes things quite dramatically for the Netherlands. A fence down for Nina Houtzager means that the Netherlands will count at least 4, because they already have an 8 faulting round. At least 4 in the second round is going to be what they add. My goodness me. Chakotana is the horse. Ooh. She's lost a stirrup. She's doing very well to get it back together for that fence. Good to the water. She's getting very deep to a lot of these fences, but she's doing extremely well to keep this together with just the 1 stirrup.
She was fighting
just
without
a
the
4
staff.
faulting
Nina
score
for the team
for her
Netherlands,
then.
4 penalty points in time, and at the moment 12 penalty points for the team Netherlands. And now we have the team Switzerland and Rock the Vein, written by Noah Pfiffer van Altishoven, clear in the first round.
Next up though for Switzerland, second rider for the Swiss team here is Noah Pfiffer von Altishofen with Rock de Vin. again clear in the first round, and Switzerland were one of those teams on a clean sheet. They have 4 so far. Noah's doing a very good job of studying when needed, with getting this horse's collection back for the uprights. He just has a couple of fences left. A clear would be really valuable for Switzerland here. 1 fence to go. And he's good on the clock as well. Yeah, fantastic. Another double clear then. And a double clear for Switzerland.
Switzerland 4 penny bonds at the moment. Now, next to go, Team Poland, Penny Lane by Berige and Roxana Nawrocka. Poland, she was clear in the first round.
So, for Poland then. Poland, remember, are another of the teams who were on a clean sheet in the first round. And Roxana Nawrocka is the second rider out for them. Riding Penny Lane. Roxana was on the Europeans team. Just dropped 1 pole there at the Europeans. She also jumped at the 3rd leg of this Nations Cup series in Zdrujovice with this horse for a double clear. She was clear in the first round. Oh, she won't have a double clear here today. Well, a miscommunication had a dramatic moment there for the Polish rider. Poland have a 20 already from the first round, from the second round, from their first rider. And Roxana Nawrocka and Penny Lane will pick up 4. Poland then will add at least 4. There again is that dramatic moment. Very well to pull things back together for the rest of the course. 4 then will be the minimum score in the second round for Poland.
Clear in the first round.
The last of the second riders to start then is Carl Hugo Westergren. Carl Hugo rides for Sweden. Sweden have 1-8 faulting round. He rides Call Girl 5 and he jumped clear in the first round. We've seen that double clears are possible. Rode this horse at the first leg of the Nations Cup to a 5th place for the team. Hasn't dropped more than 1 fence so far across his rounds in the Nations Cup. As I say, he was clear in the first round. If Sweden... If this goes clear, this could keep Sweden well in contention. He's got to have an eye on the time. It's 76 seconds. Yeah, he's within that. 73-1-1 and a clear. Another double clear on the board. The latest.
Sweden. Carl Girl, and now we are for overall standing after the second rider. Belgium in the lead with 1 penalty point. 4 penalty points for the team Italy and Switzerland. 8 for Austria and Sweden. 12 for the Netherlands and 24 for Poland. And the team Great Britain is eliminated. Und nun heißt es wieder Damen halten for Austria. She was clear in the first round here at her home CSIO. Isa Kara, Dutch Wamblat Meer bei Nabab and Lisa Galatik, Team Austria.
Austria then are up next because sadly Great Britain are eliminated. That means we just have 7 teams still in contention. Third rider for Austria is Lisa Galatik. She jumped clear in the first round. Lisa was on the Europeans team with a different horse though. This horse here is Isakara. And so far Austria have a 4 faulting and a clear round. There are other teams, namely Switzerland and Sweden, hot on their heels, but of course they do have the 4 in the first round as well. Final fence then. It could be a clear for Austria. Yeah, brilliantly ridden.
First Nations Cup for
Another
Austria.
double clear on the board
It
then.
is
This time for
in her
Austria.
career, double clear.
Oh, that must be a
Erster
fantastic feeling,
Nation
you know,
bereits
these
für Österreich.
young riders
Für den Sportreich Lamprechtshausen ein Applaus für
absolutely
Lisa Galatik
relish
und
the
Isa
challenge and the
Kara.
opportunity of riding for their countries. To be able to do that
Lisa,
on home turf
super.
and to jump a double clear on home turf is just
Austria
sensational. Must be a great
clear.
feeling for these young riders. What a way
And now Pablo P.
to
by
mark
Berger mit Francesca
the early part
Di
of their
Giovanni,
international
Team
careers.
Italy.
Italy up next. Remember, we are on the 3rd riders for the teams now. And the 3rd rider now is for Italy with Pablo P. Francesca Di Giovanni had just 1 fence down in the first round. Meant that Italy were on a score of 4. But they've had 2 clears so far in the second round. So, if their 3rd rider here, Francesca Di Giovanni, can jump clear, their final rider in the second round won't need to compete, and they'll stay on 4. This combination were 8th in a 1:30 Grand Prix recently. Last fence then for Francesca Di Giovanni. Brilliant performance, a clear for her. Just the 1 fence down in the first round, but now a clear. 3 clears for Italy in the second round of competition means they will not add anything.
The Nations Cup. Italy still 4 penalty points.
They finish on a score
Team
of
Belgium.
4.
Chess van Kammerveld.
Going to be very strong, that.
Marie-Louise
Definitely going to be
Dieu.
towards the
For
top
the team
of
of Rick
things, I
Gerrard.
would think. But let's see. We'll see how these other teams go. Belgium in next. Belgium again Another team who are in a very, very strong position. Let's go to Belgium now then. Belgium, as I say, they're on a very, very strong score. Martha Louise Dieu is their third rider. They have just one penalty from the first round. 2 clears so far. Again, a clear here would take the pressure off their final rider. They just need 3 clears. Could have them finish on 1. Oh, a fence has gone! A fence falling for Martha Louise Dieu. Therefore, their final rider will need to come forward for sure. Jazz van te Kammerveld is the ride for Martha Louise Dieu. They've been successful recently. They are fairly fresh from a win last month. Good to the last.
4 penalty points for the team Belgium.
So no double clear for Martha Louise
and the
Dieu.
Belgium team has 5 penalty
And a
points
4 for
at
Belgium.
the moment.
Belgium could still finish on 1 if they are able to drop this score of 4.
The team Netherlands, Monica Leitch by Verdi and FEI Vos.
The Netherlands then are next in. The Netherlands with their third rider, who is FEI Vos. Netherlands have an 8 and a 4 so far in this round. That's what they have at the moment on the board, but they were clean sheet in the first round. FEI Vos was on the Nations Cup Children's team at our first leg with this horse, Monica LH. She jumped clear in the first round, and we've had a good few double clears. Can FEI Vos give us another? This horse certainly has the pedigree to jump fantastic rounds, being by Verdi. And has jumped up to 145. All the fences have stayed up so far for FEI Vos. Could this be a clear for the Netherlands? Yes, it could!
Clear for the Iranians.
There we go then, a clear for the Netherlands.
Vos
So
Monica.
potentially the Netherlands could still just add 4.
And we have still 12 penalty points for the team of the Netherlands. And now next to go, Team Switzerland. Delicate history.
Back to Switzerland now.
Victoria Sherbakov.
And their third rider is Victoria Sherbakov. Switzerland had a clean sheet in the first round. And this rider, Victoria Sherbakov, jumped clear in that first round as well. They had 3 clears there. Only 2 riders have gone. This is their third, and they have 1 fence down from 1 rider. Victoria Sherbakov could keep them within sight of a clean sheet for 2 rounds, and that really would be something. She's a rider who is no stranger to these Nations Cup teams. She did compete at the second and fourth legs of this season's Nations Cup series, but there was on the pony team. Of course, this is a different ride though. This is a Delicate Histoire. And as I say, she was clear in the first round. This line from the water to the penultimate fence has been riding quite well. Yeah, and good here for her. Oh no, the fence has fallen! A fence down then for Viktoria Sherbakov. Oh, that is a shock for Switzerland. Four penalties for the Swiss team.
Switzerland and Team Swiss.
Well, no doubt their fourth rider will still come forward, but they will add at least
now.
Four.
Next to go
At least
for
four
Poland.
is the total. Switzerland.
and
That would have them
Paulina
level with
Bielawska
Italy.
are clear in the first round.
If Poland can have 2 clears, they will also go level there. We have said it before, and I will say it again. You cannot call this competition. The standings are changing with every rider that enters the ring. We go now to Poland. Third rider for them is Paulina Bielawska, and she rides Lakoko 3. Again, she's been here before. She's been on the Nations Cup team before. At the third leg, with this horse, they were on the team placed equal third. She was also on the third place team at the second leg of this season. Oh no! Oh, what a shame! It was a very firm refusal, and we've seen that fence catch a good few people out as well, but it's elimination for Paulina Bielawska and Lakoko 3, the experienced competitor. It was her third appearance on a Nations Cup team this season.
And the team Poland still with 24
But sadly, elimination. And since Poland have a 20 faulting and a 4 faulting score in the second round already, that puts them pretty out of contention for a spot near the top.
Ja, das ist natürlich jetzt die Enttäuschung ganz, ganz tief bei der jungen Dame aus Polen. Vielleicht könnten wir einen Applaus schenken. Ja, Nationenpreis haben ihre eigenen Gesetze. 2 Runden für das Team, eine nervliche Anspannung. Auch bei den jungen Damen und Herren. Und nun die letzten beiden. Hier bei den dritten Reitern des jeden Teams für das Team Sweden. Rubio Monaco Electric. And she was clear in the first one. Mathilde Hansen, Team Sweden.
Back to Sweden now. Sweden, of course, were on a clean sheet in the first round. This is their third rider, Mathilde Hansen. She jumped clear in the first round. Her horse here is Rubio Monocote Electric. It's a different horse to the one she rode at our first leg, but she was clear in the first round. If she can jump clear, that could still mean that Sweden could be in with a shout of a clean sheet in the results. Matilda Hansen then. Oh, a great clear. A great clear for Sweden, and it's a double clear for her. Keep Sweden potentially on a clean sheet. Their final rider also jumped clear in the first round, and now they have 2 double clears. Can they drop that score of 8 and keep on a clean sheet? That's going to be the question for the Swedish team.
8 for
2 fantastic
Sweden,
double clears for them,
Switzerland
though.
and Austria, 12 for the Netherlands, 24 for Poland and Great Britain.
So now we go on to our 4th riders of the teams.
Und nun als Damen und Herren für Österreich, hier ist Cleums Absinth bei uns mit Julia Handke, fehlerfrei in der ersten Runde.
Final rider for Austria then is Julia Handke with Cleons Absinthe 2. They were on 4 in the first round, and they've had 2 clears and a 4 faulting round in this second round. Julia went to the European Championships on the 16th place team. She gets a great clear here. It's a double clear for Julia Handke. 2 double clears for the Austrian team. Absolutely sensational.
Beschließt somit den Nationenpreis mit 4 Straffehlerpunkten.
So nothing to add in the second round, and 4 in the first round for Austria puts them on a total score of 4. They can drop the score of 4 in this second round.
Team of Italy, Catherine and Enrico Santoni. Team Italy. We are waiting for the team Italy. Italy is not participating. Okay, Italy close with 4 penalty points. And we are waiting for the next rider of the team Belgium.
So we're just waiting for the final rider for Italy. Although they will not need to come forward. The final rider for Italy now,
at the moment,
I believe,
we have a jump off between Austria and Italy.
the final rider for Italy does not need to come forward. That rider is Enrico Santoni, but as his 3 teammates jumped clear, there is no need for the final Italian rider to come forward in this second round. Italy on a total score of 4. So we now look to Belgium. Belgium just have their final rider to jump. Remember, Belgium have 1 penalty from the first round.
Now
and 2
for
clears
Belgium,
and a 4 faulting round.
And Livgod for the Katamanen. When he is clear in this round, Belgium is the winner.
they will finish at worst on 5. But if Brent de Schrijver can jump clear, they could finish on a score of 1. The horse is Live Good van de Kattenwennen Z. This combination were on the gold medal winning Belgian team at the European Championships. They were 14th individually. They have got all the experience to go well here again. A fence down in the first round. Brent de Schrijver jumps to keep Belgium ahead of Austria and Italy. A single fence down would have them drop below because they are already carrying 1 penalty. The audience are on the edge of their seats with this competition. Great to see plenty of the stands busy with spectators, but 1 fence left for Belgium's Brent de Schrijver. Oh yes, he's done it! He has done it! That is the best possible result for the Belgian team. 1 in the first round and nothing to add in the second round. 3 clears for the Belgian team gives them a total score of 1.
For the results of Sweden.
Well, 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 we have 3 teams who have completed. Austria and Italy finish on 4. Belgium finish on 1.
At the moment with 12 points.
All of those 3 teams counting 3 clear rounds in the second round. Nothing to add for any of those teams in the second round. That's not the story for all of the teams, though, certainly not for all of those yet to come. For the Netherlands, their final rider is Johnny van Zandvoort. The Netherlands have an 8 vaulting, a 4 vaulting and a clear round in the second round so far. Nothing in the first round to add for them. And so a clear here would keep the Netherlands level with Austria and Italy, but they can't take the lead. A single fence down would drop them behind Austria and Italy. Ooh. Well, the triple bars jumped well so far, but not for Johnny van Zandvoort. Looks like they have sadly parted company.
Aus von Johnny van Zandvoort von den Netherlands und somit die Niederlande mit 12 Straffehlerpunkten am Ende. The team of the Netherlands closes with 12.
What a shame, and so they count the 8 and the 4 in the second round.
Team Switzerland. Jedeva on Leon Hensi.
12 is the total in the second round, added to the clean sheet. So 12's the total for the Netherlands. We just have 3 riders left to go. 1 for Switzerland, 1 for Poland, and 1 for Sweden. Switzerland have to count at least 4. They've got 2 4 vaulting rounds and a clear in the second round. They were clear in the first round. Oh, another fence down. So they'll be on at least 8. Well, you can see how quickly this competition can change. A fence down for Leon Hansi, and he's an experienced competitor. He was on the European Championships team. He also competed at the second leg. But a fence goes down. That means that Switzerland will count at least 8. Takes them behind Belgium, behind Austria, behind Italy, but ahead of the Netherlands.
4 penalty points for the Team Switzerland, Leon Hensian Schedeva. Und somit 8 Straffehlerpunkte am Ende für das Team Schweiz. 8 penalty points for the Team Switzerland. In the lead, Belgium. Second at the moment, Italy and Austria. Now Poland has to go. Next to go, Poland. Jonia Bluev and Julia Ganowska.
Two riders left to jump then, one for Poland and one for Switzerland. Poland's final rider then is Julia Ganowska. And she rides Jornian Blue F. This is a score that has to count, and unfortunately Poland's performance in the second round has been quite costly. An elimination, a 20 fault and a 4 faulting round. Julia Ganowska, a couple of fences down so far.
Twelve points in the second round for Julia Ganowska and Jorian Bluev, and at the end for the Team Poland, 36 penalty points. And now last to go. And
so
if she is clear,
12
Sweden will win the Nations
for
Cup.
Julia Ganowska.
With 4 penalty points, Sweden will
And
be
what a turnaround.
second together with Italy and Austria. And now
Unfortunately,
she was clear in the first round. It was a
3
perfect round.
counting scores, a 20, a 4 and a 12, gives 36 in addition to the clean sheet in the first round for Poland. A very different story for them in the first and second rounds. Now this is the final rider of the competition. This is Nathalie Vennerhorn of Sweden. She rides Kenneth du Petit Vivier. Nathalie competed in the first leg of the Nations Cup series at Centaur Park. She had one fence down in the first round and a clear in the second round. She's coming here with a clear in the first round. If she jumps clear, Sweden will take the win. If she has a fence down, Belgium will take the win. That is the situation as it stands. She is literally riding for the win for Sweden. They have an 8 faulting and 2 clears so far in the second round. They also had that in the first round and then added a clear from Nathalie Vennerhorn. 2 of her teammates have posted double clears already. Oh, a big jump to the water. She's not taking any chances there. Good to the penultimate fence. Checks it's still there. The final fence then. The final fence for the win for Sweden. Yes, she's done it! Fantastic, fantastic round. Nathalie Vennerhorn makes it count when it matters. There we have it then. 3 double clears for Sweden. Means that they finish on a 0 score. And just a fraction behind them. Team Belgium finish on 1 penalty. Absolute agony. Their first rider in the first round just picking up 1 time penalty, which slips them into second place. Equal third will go to Austria and Italy. Both of those teams finishing on 4 faults apiece. Behind them is Switzerland. 8 is the total score for them. followed by the Netherlands. The Netherlands will be next on the leaderboard with a score of 12. Poland are next in 7th with 36. Great Britain unfortunately eliminated in this second round, but they would have been 8th. Czech Republic, Lithuania and Germany all not coming forward in this second round. But your winners then, and very, very deserved winners, are Sweden. 3 double clears. Swedish team, of course, made up of Matilda Hansen, Natalie Vennerhorn, Carl Hugo Westergren and Alma Blommeskold. 3 double clears, giving a total of 0 for Sweden to take the win. And it went down to the final rider, the final fence. What a performance. Absolutely sensational, performing under pressure. Belgium take the second spot. Their team, of course, were Brent de Schrijver, Judy Lamberts, Estée Bomeret and Martha Louise Dieu. They just finished with 1 penalty, so no jump off needed for the results of this competition. Belgium take the second spot. Equal third will go to Austria and Italy. Austria's team were Julia Handke, Jana Wurm, Lisa Galatic and Anna Plautz. The Italian team were Vittoria Sofia Ruotolo, who incidentally had the fastest clear in this second round. She was joined by Mariana Martinengo Marche, Francesca Di Giovanni and Enrico Santoni. Enrico Santoni, who did not need to compete in the second round as his teammates had already sealed a clean sheet in the second round. They finish on 4 as well as Austria. So you can see the course is just being moved. The arena is being prepared for the prize giving. Belgium will be crowned top of the podium. Sweden will be crowned top of the podium. Belgium will take the second spot and Austria and Italy joint third. But as ever, the action doesn't stop there. That, of course, concludes the Children's Nations Cup competition. But we will also have the Young Rider Nations Cup competition. That's kicking off at around 4 p.m. local time. That's 3 p.m. if you are watching in the UK. I think it could be a little later than that, as we are just having the course prepared for the prize giving. But the Young Rider competition will be coming next. Of course, again, another Nations Cup run over 2 rounds of competition. And we have 5 teams coming forward there. So do stay with us. All of that action will be coming to you live on Clip My Horse on FEI TV. So do stay with us for that. Enjoy the prize giving, and I will look forward to taking you through the Young Rider Nations Cup later on this afternoon.
Jean-Jacques Matthi's telephone. Ready? The rights-giving ceremony, FEI Nations Cup for Children, Lamprechtshausen 2022. We want to welcome for the prize giving ceremony, the President of the jury from Belgium, Mr. Jean-Jacques Matthijs. We want to welcome also the foreign judge from Germany, Dr. Christian Schacht. And we want to dismount all riders. Wir bitten abzusitzen. FEI Nations Cup children, and we have the third place for 2 nations, and we proudly present our guest nation first with the chef d'équipe Marco Bergomi, with the horses Fine Edition, Hera von Texelhof, Pablo B. and Catherine. The riders Mariana Martinengo Marque, Vittoria Sofia Rutollo, Francesca Di Giovanni, and Enrico Santoni, the Team Italy. Italy closed with 4 penalty points after 2 rounds. And we are very proud to present also for the 3rd place the host nation with chef d'équipe Sabine Schranz, the horses Z7 Conados, Copello, Isakara and Cleon Absinthe, with the riders Anna Plautz, Jana Bohm, Lisa Galatik and Julia Handke. The Team Austria! And with only 1 time fault at the 2nd place, with the chef d'équipe Rick Derat. Die horses History van Ameldonk Z, Opium van de Kallemärchen, Chess van de Kammerveld, and Leaf God van de Katnewine Z, with the riders Esteban Mere, Julia Lamperts, Martin-Louis Dieu and Brent de Schreiber, the Team Belgium. And we are very happy to present the winner of the FEI Nations Cup Children Lamprechtshausen 2022, the team of the north of Europe, with the chef d'équipe Mrs. Sophia Bensberg, the horses Cardona de la Caseta, Call Girl, Rubio, Monaco Electric, and the fabulous Cadet Tout Petit Bevier. With the riders Alma Blommerskold, Karl-Hugo Westergren, Matilda Hansen, and Natalie Vennerhorn, the Team Sweden! Ladies and gentlemen, now we ask you to rise for the national anthem of Sweden. Congratulations to the team Sweden. Ja, wir bitten nun dem Präsidenten, Herrn Jean-Jacques Matthäus, den Foreign Judge Christian Schacht und Jennifer Reutler-Göllner seitens der Organisation die Glückwünsche zu überbringen. At this time, we want to thank all parents, all trainers, all groups, and especially all riders that you have chosen the way to the show in Lamprechtshausen 2022. And we hope that you are again here on the same place for the FEI Nations Cup Children in 2023. And the team of Sweden and the team of Austria are kindly requested to be ready immediately after lap of honor for the interview for the FEI television. Team Sweden and Team Austria, please have to be ready for the interviews. Congratulations to the team Sweden and to the team Belgium, Austria and Italy, and all riders are kindly requested to get the saddle. Die gewinnreichen Pferde aus dem Team Schweden wurden natürlich wiederum eingedeckt mit ihren neuen Paradedecken aus dem Hause Sensational Horses Österreich, und unser Dank diesbezüglich geht via Klippe aus natürlich an unsere starke Unterstützer, die Familie Fuchs aus Oberösterreich. Congratulations again to the team of Sweden, Belgium, Austria and Italy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, lap of honor, please. And here are the winners from Sweden: Alma Blammerskold, Karl Obermestergreen, Matilda Hansen und Natalie Wennerhorn. The team Belgium, the team Austria, and the team Italy. And again the team of Sweden. And the riders of Austria and the riders of Sweden, please have to be ready immediately for the interviews, and also both Chef d'équipe Sabine Schranz and Sophie Bensberg.